Good morning. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another Sunday sprinting session. Let me know what you guys are planning on doing today in the comments. I am very tired. um, I got enough sleep last night, so I'm not sure quite why I'm dragging this morning, but I just, I don't know. Yesterday was a fun day. My husband and I got to go out with some friends into the city, and we got to go out for like a nice dinner, and we got to tour a distillery, which was very fun. So I don't know. I don't know if my body is just telling me that I I did a lot yesterday and I need some like me time, but that's what sprints are for. So I do have two planned reads for sprints today. I have Strange Practice, which I am enjoying. I'm about 60% of the way in, um, and I'm having a fun time with it. I was talking to Leandra about it because it's very similar to, not similar, but it has similar vibes to the Gail Carriger series, The Parasol Protectorate, which I dearly love. And I think maybe that's because of like the urban fantasy feel. It's also set in London, and so that has similar vibes as well. But I don't know. It's been fun. I also am reading Green Fuse Burning, which I've been reading for the entire month, which is a little sad because it's only like 160 pages, but it's just one of those books that I feel needs to be read slowly, and it's kind of been put on the back burner a little bit because it's a physical read, so I've just been reading it at night. But I'm close to the end on both of these. I think for Strange Practice, let's see. I have 3 hours left on the audio for Strange Practice, and for Green Fuse Burning, I'm at 80%. I don't know what page number that would be for 160 pages, but so I'm hoping that I can finish both of them this weekend. Maybe today on sprints, but we'll see. I don't know that I'm gonna get that much done, but yeah. Also, I don't know if you guys will be able to see him, but I'm very excited about him. This little guy right here. I bought him yesterday. They had like a whole bunch of vendors at the distillery that we went to visit, and they had some vendors that were like making like little, he's a lamp. So like he's a little robot and he has a light bulb on his head. He's very cute. He's going to be featured in my videos from now on. I'm trying to come up with a name for him, but um yeah, just some exciting things this weekend. Let's see what you guys have to say. Tennille is here. Hello, Tennille. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Lucina. How are you? I'm doing well. A little tired, but I'm excited to be here. Anne is here. Hello, Anne. And Nadim is here. Elena is here. Isra is here. Hello. Kisa is here. Finally picked a letter from the Lonesome Shore back up yesterday. It got a bit better, and I'm hoping to finish it today. This is the one that's the second book in the, is it The Letter from the Luminous Deep? Is that right? Is it that series? Well, I'm glad that got better. I hope the ending just wows you. Plan to work on the to-do list in the first sprint. Oh no, you're injured. So the to-do list will take a little while, but I cut some time or some items as not urgent. Yeah. Yeah. Give yourself a break. I hope that it's not like a really bad injury and that it's not going to, put you out for a while. But yeah, absolutely. Take your time, still be productive, but give yourself some grace. Ooh, 127 pages left. You can totally finish that. Yes. Recharge that social battery. Exactly. Going to alternate between Emily Wilde's Map of the Otherlands as a physical read and The Letter from the Lonesome Shore. Amazing. I like alternating between physical and audiobooks. Ooh, my comments jumped. About to start The Heir of Fire by Sarah J. Maas. Wonderful. I hope you enjoy it, Nadim. Not sure what I'll be work on reading. The books on the go are The Olympian Affair, The Bone Shard Emperor, and A Trace of Poison. Let's see. The Bone Shard Emperor, that's the middle one. How are you enjoying that? compared to the first one. I thought that series I really liked that series, but I think that it took a different direction than I was expecting it to from the first book. And then A Trace of Poison sounds fun. Is that like a fantasy mystery or something? And then The Olympian Affair, is that mythology based? I haven't heard of either of those. Ooh, I finished the new Elise Kova book this morning, and now I'm going to be focusing on Rage of Dragons, getting as far into it as I can today. Lovely, preparing for our buddy read of book 2. The new Elise Kova. Okay, so I just saw this because I think Rainey was looking at reading it, or maybe she did start it. Because Elise Kova is the author of The Alchemist of Loom, right? So I saw that the new book popped up, and I need to look into it, see if it's something I want to read. At least you're tired from doing things fun. Exactly. It's worth it. Good morning, Jen. Hope you are doing well. I'll finish my reread of Emma for Jane Austen, July. I love that. I need to Jane Austen. I haven't read very many. I think I'm not even going to say what I've read. I need to try a couple more. I probably need to at least. It's not that I need to do anything, but I would like to read more classics, but I can't read them in close succession. So I need to pick a couple that I am really interested in 2026 and just maybe spread them out throughout the year. But are you enjoying your reread? Good morning, Grace. Reading The Secret Book of Flora Lee by Patty Callahan Henry. Oh my, that's a name. Just starting it, but I've never heard of Strange Practice. I love the cover. Yeah, it's really interesting. It's about Greta Helsing. So Van Helsing's, is it her daughter? Is it his daughter? Is granddaughter? I'm pretty sure it's his daughter. And she becomes a doctor for supernatural beings. And so you're living in a world where most people don't know that supernatural beings exist. And a lot of the supernatural beings live kind of in harmony with humans, even though humans don't know that they're around. And so she studies like how to treat ghouls and vampires and demons, and then there's also like a murder mystery that's going on because there's a whole bunch of random deaths in London that seem to all be tied together, and it is impacting both supernatural creatures as well as humans. And so she gets kind of mixed up in the investigation. It's been fun. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. That's the one I really love. Okay, really love the first book, but this one dragged for the first third. Still waiting on answers though. That kind of stinks that it kind of lost some steam. Hopefully, the last two thirds will. Well, you said that it's picking up, and hopefully, the last little bit of the book will just absolutely wow you. I have 46 pages left of Paladin's Hope, and I listened to a German audiobook. Amazing. Are you enjoying Paladin's Hope? How do you feel about that book as compared to the rest of the series? I really like, what is the series name? Paladin's Grace is the first one. I can't remember what the series title is, but I really like that series. I think it's fun. I know it's in the world of the White Rat. Only one chapter into Bone Shard Emperor. Okay. The Olympian Affair is Jim Butcher's. Oh, okay. So this is the Aeronauts Windless, right? That series. So I think that's the Cinder Spire series. And A Trace of Poison is a mystery by Colleen Cambridge. You got a big variety, Tennille. Got to pick and choose what you're interested in at the moment. Have a letter to the Luminous Deep on my Our Fantasy Bingo, so hopefully I'll get to it soon. I've heard good things about it, so I'm excited to see if I'll love it. I thought about reading that one because I still haven't met the epistolary. I'm assuming that's the prompt that you're reading it for. I kind of want to read Remember You Will Die, though. I don't know, though, because it's really, really poorly rated, but it's a book that's completely told in obituaries, and I think there's a mystery in it as well. And I just want to see how the author does it. But A Letter to a Luminous Deep was another one that I was considering for that prompt. Yeah, take care of your healing. Absolutely, Tennille. It's so hot. Oh no, no AC, and got a mountain of laundry. Wish me luck. I wish you luck. Hoping to listen to Get a Life, Chloe Brown to make it through. I've been working on the Fat Forward books, summer bingo challenge. I love that. Ugh, no AC. Ugh. It's been miserable here the last several days. It's been very, very humid. Like the temperature wise, it's kind of been normal. Let me see what it is right now. So for 9 o'clock in the morning, it is currently 82 degrees. Wonder if my phone will tell me what it feels like. Currently, it feels like 85. Yesterday, in the middle of the day, it was like, I think upper 80s or low 90s, but the humidity was like, I mean, it made you feel like you were walking through a swimming pool. It's absolutely awful. With no AC. Get yourself an ice cold drink, and maybe a fan. I just finished The Boyfriend by Frida McFadden. So good. And it all started with A Bite by A.D. Starling. I can't put it down. I love that. I love when you're so excited about a book, you can't put it down. So Frida McFadden, I really enjoyed, was it Locked Door? I think it's called The Locked Door. But then there was another book that I recently read by her. And thrillers are hit or miss for me. I do think I think The Locked Room or The Locked Door, whichever one I read by her, it's very, very fast paced and I enjoyed it. But then I think then the second one, I just was I felt like it felt very similar to The Locked Door. And so I think I need to spread her books out a little bit more for my viewing pleasure. But I'm glad you're enjoying. It all started with A Bite. Is that a vampire book? I don't know. Emma's fun. Jane Austen is someone I can find something new every time I read her. Oh, I love that. Especially like when you're rereading a book that you've read so many times, when you can find those little pieces that you're like, oh, I didn't catch that the first time. That's beautiful. She's the author of The Alchemist of Lune as well. It was a fun read, maybe a bit surface level, but it kept me engaged throughout. Lovely. Definitely interesting magic system though. Hey, sometimes like those surface level reads can be a little bit of palate cleansers as well. So I'm not opposed to that. Like it might not be a new favorite, but it could still be something you enjoy. My favorite book in the series so far. Amazing. So I think it was Kirsten was recently talking about, because I think it was in her most recent blog, Kirsten was reading The Paladin's Strength, which was my favorite book of the series so far. And I've read through Paladin's Hope because is the fourth book out? I can't remember. But I think I need to go back and like read the White Rat series in order because I still haven't read The Clockwork Boys, and I know I think that's the first book in the White Rat series. I started with Paladin's Grace. I didn't realize it was in a bigger kind of universe. And Kirsten was saying like all the little like Easter eggs that she found in Paladin's Strength from Sword Heart, which I did just recently read. And I think it would be fun to go back and read them in like the recommended order. But I'm glad you enjoyed Paladin's Hope. I do highly recommend A Letter to a Luminous Deep for sure. Gave it 5 stars. Oh my goodness. High praise. Yeah. Yeah. I've just been staying inside. I have been walking with my mom. We do like 3-mile walks. We try and do it every day. So yesterday morning, we went for a walk at 8 a.m. And did 3 miles, and it was gross. I saw you put Remember You Will Die on your TBR. I saw a lot of mixed reviews. Hopefully you'll love it. Yeah, I hope so. It's a unique book. Like, so I think it'll be an interesting experience regardless of whether or not I really like the story. I just hope I can get through it because it is going to be a physical read, and I am more likely to DNF physical books if I'm not enjoying them just because, I mean, they just drag on forever. So I'm hoping, my fingers are crossed, that it's going to be something I find interesting. Because some library books that came in, I haven't progressed in The Liar's Knot. That's okay, but I'll wait. The Raven Scholar starting in July. I'm not sure if I should put The Liar's Knot aside until September. I would say if you don't have the time for it, because it's such a complicated series, not that it's like it's not like the most interwoven plot or whatever, but like there's just so much going on in those stories that if you're feeling pressure of any type, I would say save it for later because I think you'll enjoy it more if you have time to just sit with the book. And it's so good, so I want you to enjoy it. I've heard great things about The Raven Scholar though. So I hope you're enjoying that. The Locked Doors good is a very good book. I enjoyed it. I really liked it. I thought it was fun. Okay, Hope is number 3. So is number 4 out? Because I've read through Paladin's Hope. Started with Sword Heart and then read Clock Tower War and then Paladin. I'll be buddy reading Paladin's Hope in the next few weeks. I love that. I read all of the Paladins or up through Paladin's Hope and then Sword Heart. And then I haven't read the Clock Tower War yet, so I need to do that. Easter eggs were small, nothing crucial, just fun little things. I love that though. I think that's so fun. That's one of the things I really enjoyed about the Stormlight series. Now that we're getting into like book 5, really even book 4 had like some Easter eggs from the previous books in the series, but also some of the other books within the Cosmere. And I love seeing things like that. I don't catch all of them, but I think that's something kind of like Jen was saying with Jane Austen, that she catches something every time she rereads or something new every time she rereads. I think that I do that with Stormlight as well because they're like little intricate details that you would pick up on, especially if you've read something recently. I felt a slump coming on, and with our buddy read coming, I was like, not today. So quickly switched to something a bit more fast paced and fun, and it worked. Good. Yeah. I hate that when you feel that. You're like, oh, I just don't want to read anything. I'm not enjoying any of my books. Glad you found something that worked. Started with Paladin because that's what I got on Libby. Hey, that's where I started too. And I love that series. It's so funny. I freaking love T. Kingfisher. I might push Liars Not to. I have so many buddy reads and book clubs in August. Yeah, absolutely. Give yourself time. No pressure. I haven't started it yet. So like if you guys are pushing yourself for my like deep dive video, it's not coming soon, friends. So you've got time. It says a humorous urban fantasy series. It's about werewolves and other supernaturals. I found it on Facebook. Huh. Sounds fun. I like certain types of urban fantasy. There are others that I get a little bored with because it's just set in our world, but Raven Scholar terrifies me. Why? Hello, Bia. Raven Scholar is one of my favorite reads of the year. I've heard amazing things about it. I want to read it. I've enjoyed Liars Not in full I want to enjoy Liars Not in full and not feel pulled away. Yeah, I agree. I want the luxury of sinking into the world and really enjoying it. Absolutely. Okay, Paladin's Faith, that's what it is already out. I'm almost positive I haven't read that one. Because Paladin's Hope is the one with like the red. I know all the covers look similar, but it's the one with the red cover, right? Pretty sure that's the one. That's the one I stopped with. Clockwork Boys and The Wonder Engine are really just one book. Maybe it was split up for self-published reasons. Maybe it was too big. Huh. Interesting. I'm just going to read it on audio. So I'll have to see if they separate it via audio. I haven't looked. Agree about spreading out Frida Madden books. I've read 6 of hers so far, and The Boyfriend was by far the best. The ending was insane. I totally didn't see it coming. I love that. I think that's fun. Not a high fantasy girly, and it's so long. It is. It is. Oh, you're talking about the Raven Scholar? I think though, if you take your time with it and like no pressure type of like, pick it up when you're interested, don't pick it up if you're not interested. I think that you could like it. It'll scare okay, you're scared you'll feel lost. Well, and if it's not for you, it's not for you. Like, no worries. But if you want to give it a try, but just take your time with it. But especially with it being so long, like don't give yourself a timetable or anything. I mean, I know that's hard to do especially if you're borrowing it from a library, you have to have a timetable, but you know, I hope you like it. I hope you pick it up and it completely wows you. Literally saw only good things on the Raven Scholar, like literally not one low star review. And I hate going into books with too high expectations since it will never end well. Oh no. Well, I hope it does. I hope it shocks you. I hope it's just completely like five-star vibes all the way through. You never question it. That's what I hope. If you choose to engage, you'll have a group to support as well. Exactly. Yeah, we can be here. We can be here for you guys to see what you think about it and chat about your thoughts and whether or not you're lost. I need to see how long the wait on Libby is. I haven't looked at it yet. Clockwork Boys is separated into two books, but you could definitely read them together. Yes, you should. If you do it, let us know. I think it'll be fun. Oop, my comments jumped. At least with the Raven Scholar, there should be a lot of us reading it, so we can coach each other through. This is a good point, especially because it's kind of I don't want to say all the rage, but that's the word. That's the phrase that came to mind. So yeah, I think that that's a good idea. It does not read fast. It has different things it focuses on, or it does read fast. Sorry, I was like, what? Um, it does read fast and it has different things it focuses on throughout the story, so it feels like a new story every few hundred pages. Mystery, competition, politics. Huh. There's a bunch of booktubers book clubs reading Raven Scholar this month. I do know. Ooh, is that a secret? There is someone, a group of people that I know that are reading it. I don't know if it's in the month of August or not. I think it is, that are reading it for a book club, but I think it might be a secret, so I am not gonna say who. Love the Raven Scholar. I read it, on audio exclusively. Good. Well, that's a good thing too, that it can be read via audio, and um, you don't have to feel like you have to have a physical copy, because I know some books are a little too complex, for me to read exclusively on audio, so that's good to know. It is in August. I'm in the book club. Yay! Hence my worrying about it. You'll be fine. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. It's not a big deal. It's 2 Patreons joining up. Yep. That's why I was like, I don't know if I'm supposed to say anything, so I'm just gonna stay quiet. That's what I was thinking about though. Okay, friends, we are ready for a sprint. I don't know. Is this it? Yes. So we're going to do hour-long sprints today. This first sprint, I am going to be reading Strange Practice. So yeah, I'm excited about that. And then we'll see where the day takes us. But I hope that you guys can be productive, be good to yourselves, get some water, get some snacks. There was a $2.99 sale found by Tennille and others on yesterday on the ebook, and possibly still going today. I'll have to go check it out. I'll look. I'll look during the sprint if you want access to it soon. Yeah, I'll look and see if it's still there. Thank you. That's exciting. Okay, guys, we're going to go on a sprint. I hope you are productive, and I will see you guys in an hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Let me know what you got up to in that sprint. I will tell you that the Raven Scholar is still on sale, but there's some type of an error happening. And I don't know if it's just my Kindle or if it's, all of Amazon. So it wouldn't let me purchase it. It gave me like some number I needed to call and said that they were working on it. So I'm hoping that the sale will stay throughout the day, and I'll check again maybe this evening and see if it will actually let me buy it for the $2.99 because it is on sale. So, um, I did read more of Strange Practice. I got to 80%. I have about a little less than 2 hours left on audio, and I'm still really liking it. If you guys have read Stranger Times, or if you have read Soulless, which I think I already said this in the first little chatty bit, by Gail Carriger, I think that you would like this series because it's almost a mix of the two. Because there's a murder mystery that's where you kind of get, and not that Stranger Times was always murder mysteries, but like there were definitely mysteries throughout the Stranger Times, so that's what they're investigating. Um, and then I feel like Greta, she's a little bit sweeter than Alexia Terabody from The Soulless, from the Parasol Protectorate series by Gail Carriger. But I think that her outlook on like being independent and wanting to help people and things like that, I feel is very similar to Alexia Terabody. So if you like those two series, you should give it a try. Or if you like urban fantasy, if you haven't tried any of them, they're all excellent. But I'm having a lot of fun with this one. We're in the action now. So it'll be interesting to see what the culminating events have been or will be. We did have Leander join us. Hello, friend. Hope you're doing well. Let us know what you're getting up to this morning. All I could manage that time was a shower and to take the sheets off the bed, hoping for more relaxing sprint next time. Yeah. And actually, that might be good. Do like every other Tennille. Give yourself like, do a couple of to-dos and then give yourself a break. I don't know if that works, or I mean, you've accomplished some tasks. Maybe the next two sprints need to be relaxing sprints. But yeah, I hope you get some relaxation in the next sprint. I got almost no reading done. I had to play long distance tech support for my parents. Oh no. And then a couple of chores, dog wrangling, and put groceries that my husband picked up away. Oh, the long distance tech support. I hate that. It's one of my least favorite things. Luckily, my husband tends to do most of that for my family, but I do get it every once in a while, and it's never fun having, especially one, explaining it to people who maybe technology isn't their first choice. Like they would maybe prefer to do or aren't used to technology in its updated form. And then also doing it over the phone or even like via like a video chat. It's so much harder to explain things. I remember having a conversation with my grandmother um, about, I think it was just her email account. And I was having a hard time getting her to just be able to click on like the internet browser icon because she couldn't figure out how to use the mouse. And I figured out later when I actually visited her that she was holding the mouse upside down where the cord was coming down towards her. So that's what she was having trouble like moving the mouse around the screen because it was always going in the opposite direction because she was holding it upside down. When I asked her why, she was like, well, the tail, like a mouse's tail, like the face of the mouse would face the computer. I don't know. It's very, very funny, but also I understand the frustration. 4% into the secret book, Flora Lee. Lovely. Are you enjoying it, Grace? Keep forgetting that the book you're reading is the first in the Greta Helsing series. Yep. I've had it on my radar since the Strange New World book 4 came out. Really? Well, if you get to it, I do think you would like it. I think that the mystery components are very fun, but also I like the mix of the supernatural kind of underbelly of the city along with these murders that are going on. It's very fun. Made some tea and had breakfast. Read some more pages of Emma, 45 pages left. You're so close. Hello, hello. Really enjoyed Stranger Times as well as Strange Practice. Ooh, my comments jumped. Strange Practice was so fun. I'm 40% into Nestlings. Oh my goodness. Really enjoying it so far. I liked that one. I think my favorite so far for Nat Cassidy has still been Mary, but Mary and Nestlings were both 5 stars for me. So that's exciting. Back to Emily Wilde. Wish me luck. I wish you luck. I hope you love it. I read 46 pages and I'm back to being confused. Oh no. Well, hopefully it's a good confused. Like, I feel like there have been certain books that I'm okay with being confused. The Failures, I was confused through most of it. But if you figured things out and then now are confused again, I don't know. I don't know. I hope you figure it out. Just finished today's pages for the Rushworth family plot. Buddy read with Julie, switching to the Dead Cattail Assassins. Yay! I knew that you were close to finishing Dead Cattail Assassins, so you'll have to let us know how much further you have. At least things are happening. True, right? You might not understand what's happening, but at least things are happening. Although I don't know, with the spear cuts through water, there were things happening. I had no idea what they were, so it can be frustrating for sure. The windows have all been open all night, and I can hear the water feature in the courtyard while I sit here and read. I love that. That's lovely. We're having some nice summer days where it's not too hot during the day. Ah, what fun. That's one of the things that when it rains here, I do like to read physically when it rains so I can actually hear the rain. Because if I'm reading an audiobook, it's hard to hear through the windows and everything, the insulation of the house. But you have your window open, you can hear the waterworks. I love it. Decided I'm going to annotate Rage of Dragons. Oh, goodness. So I was backtracking what I read and putting in tabs and underlining. So it's good. The writing's just hitting for me. Feels so cinematic for me. I agree. That book. So I went into that book thinking I didn't think I was going to hate it, but I just thought it was going to be probably not a book for me because of how many battle scenes there were. And it was very cinematic in those instances, but I don't know, it just had so much more going on that I really liked it. So that's exciting that you're going to go back and annotate. I I read it. Yeah, I read it on audio, so I didn't annotate the first book, but I'm excited to continue with the series to figure out what happens. I never had to do tech support for family since my mother already knows it, and my grandfather was the one assembling the family's computers in the 80s and 90s. I love that. That's amazing. If we all could be so lucky. It's not a me thing, it's a book thing. There are people hiding things from the main characters and the reader. Oh. So I'm just sitting here like, "Tell me what's going on." Well, hopefully they don't wait too long because that could be frustrating as well, where things are being hidden, but they're just not giving you any clues or hints. There are certain books though that I've found that have that. I don't know, it's almost like a hook. Like you wanna keep reading because you wanna figure out what happens, but it can grate on you if it lasts too long, so I hope it doesn't. Finished my graphic novel, Dead India or Dead End? Is it Dead End IA or Dead India? Volume 2. What's the graphic novel about? Might get back to A Dowry of Blood next. I keep putting it down for other books. That's how I feel about The Green Fuse Burning because, like I said, I've been reading it for a month. But that's fun. Yesterday, ooh, I hit my desk. Yesterday, I went to the library to pick up the Two Lies of Faven Scythe, so a sci-fi book that I would like to read at some point in time. But as I went there, I dropped off a couple of graphic novels and picked up. I keep wanting to read these, and I keep checking them out from the library, and then I just don't get to them. Sora and the Monster House, I think is what it's called. So I have a couple of those on my my couch that I'm waiting to read when the time is right. There are times when it's done well and times that it's so frustrating. Yes, it makes me annoyed with the author. Yeah, there's definitely a fine line, and I'm sure that it's different for everybody, like how much patience you have. It probably also depends on how engaged you are in the rest of the story, because if all there is this hidden feature, it's like, what am I waiting for? Where are the details that I need? Oh no, it's been that way the whole book. That sucks. Hmm. I'm sorry. That's not fun. At 45% of your audiobook. Lovely. 81 pages left. So should finally get some answers. Fingers crossed. I hope that it's not something that leaves it to the next book. Ooh, because I know it's a series. Yes, I know. It is the shortest book. And I am really loving it. Like every time I pick it up, the writing is gorgeous. I really enjoyed the story. I think part of it's because it's a physical read. Another part is I'm reading it on my phone because it's through the Libby app, and so I'm just reading it, like, in little chunks on my phone, and so I think that's why also, I've been able to renew it several times without anyone, like, interrupting me having it, and so some of the other books have had, like, 10 people on the wait list, and so I have to prioritize those, and so it just kinda gets put on the back burner, but I am really liking it. I just need to, like, finish it. I need to sit down and just finish it. YA urban fantasy. It's quite fun and easy reading. Lovely. I'll have to look it up. Coming up with or coming up on an inciting incident for Tao's journey. So I'm preparing tissues. Oh no, it's going to be ugly. I think I know what you're talking about. That was really sad. It should be a duology though. If it ends on a cliffhanger, I'm going to throw it out the window. I appreciate you letting me vent. Anytime. Oh my goodness. There has been a couple of books that I have thrown, but one of them I filmed throwing it because I was so frustrated. What was that? It was a horror book and it was a little tiny novella and it has a dog on the front cover with like octopus tentacles coming out from the sky. I can remember it and I remember hating it. And as I was talking to you guys in the vlog, I literally threw it across the room because I was like, this book is so dumb. For sure, phone reading is something I can't do these days. Yeah, I need to connect it to my Kindle. I just haven't. I keep them separate. Went to the garden center yesterday and bought a couple of small houseplants. I'm waiting and watching to see if the cat will explore and accept them or if he'll feel like they need to try and eat them. Yeah, I can't have plants in my house because Andy will not leave them alone. I mean, it's almost instantaneous. When my husband's father passed away, we got this like big, I mean, it was like a pretty big, it wasn't a snake plant, but it looked kind of like a snake plant. And it was beautiful. We put it in our living room next to one of our windows. And every time we would come home, like he would kind of like mess with it, smell it while we were there, but he wouldn't do anything drastic. And so I didn't think anything about it. But every time we would get home from being away, it would be on the floor with like dirt around it. And we put a camera in our living room. We found out that Andy literally would stalk the plant. He'd go on the other side of the room and he would run at full speed and like Superman onto the plant and just sit there like laying over the plant with his little paws kind of out in front of him. And whenever he would get down from doing this is when he would knock it over and like knock dirt onto the floor. And he did that until the plant died essentially. He messed with it so much, but I understand this, Jen. I hope your cats leave your plants alone. You can read through the Libby app on your computer too. Oh, I didn't know that. I don't know if I would like that more than I would like my phone. I mean, it's bigger, obviously. I might have to try that though and see if that's better. I might try that. I didn't know that, Tennille. Really intimidated by the spear cuts through water. It was on everyone's best of the year a couple of years back, but I had a feeling it would go over my head. Your review confirmed my doubts. Yeah, I in that book. It was not for me, for sure. Um, but yeah, if you give it a try, I would love to hear your thoughts. I mean, I honestly I put it on my TBR a long, long time ago because Angela from Literary Science Alliance absolutely loved it, and I have similar reading taste. And so I was like, well, I think that and I like unique writing styles. I think it's interesting to see kind of how authors play with like first person, second person, all that stuff, but also the framework of a story. And I will say it does a lot of things that are risky. It just didn't work for me. I can't. He is a menace. 100%. Anything new, he's always gotta be up in it, trying to figure out, like, obviously, anything we bring home is his. Like, he's like, "Yeah, this is for me. You brought me home a present." And doubly so with plants. It was. Andy must have had such a good time with that plant. I mean, it's very funny that I don't know what he was thinking in his head to, like, jump and land on it, and you know that he had to do it several times because we kept finding the plant that way. So, I don't know what he had in his head, but he was all for it. We have, like, all sorts of little toys, and, like, jungle gym type things for him because he is such a playful cat and has to get into everything. So we found these, like, tubes. I mean, they're like you would get for, like, a little kid, and they expand and they go in all different directions. It looks like a little caterpillar, and it has little windows in it. He absolutely loves it. I wish that we could build him, and we could if I took time, but I wish we could build him like a little cat, like building blocks and stuff that he could like go and crawl, up on the ceiling with. I've seen ones that have like bridges and things that they can go on. I think he would have an absolute heyday. It was his little cat jungle for sure. He was like, "Ah, this is my roots." Well, friends, we are in time for another sprint. I think during the sprint, I would like to film. I need to record my DNF video, I think is what I wanna do during the sprint. I also need to make a grocery list because you guys reminded me. I think Anne said that, um, groceries were being put away, and so that reminded me I need to make a grocery list as well. So I might do that. We'll see. Those are the 2 things kind of on my mind. Maybe he thought it was a little tree and was trying to climb and jump on it. Could be. He does That's one of the reasons we don't put up our Christmas tree anymore because he will try and climb it. She put it on my TBR too. Oh, Angela, but she has quite a unique taste. Also, the Mask of Mirrors. Yes, same. I got the Mask of Mirrors for her as well. How funny. Yeah, I really like her channel. So, and I do think that she's put some books on my radar that are sleepers in the moment. Like, I think Mask of Mirrors has gotten more notoriety now, but when it first came out, I didn't hear anybody talking about it. And she's the channel that I got that from. So, yeah. Well, friends, I hope that you are productive in this hour. Be nice to yourselves, though. Go and get a snack and, maybe do some restful things as well. I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, all. Let me know how that sprint went for you guys. I didn't do any reading. I went and chatted with my husband for a little bit um, before he left to go and see his grandma. And we talked about like grocery options for this week, like meal options, I guess I should say, not grocery options. And then I recorded, which you guys saw a little bit of. So I recorded my DNFs for the second quarter. And I think I need to do those more often. I think I probably need to wait until I have 10 DNFs and then talk about them. I would even be okay just to do like maybe five because I think I could be more in depth with them because as it is, the video I just recorded was, I think, at least 45 minutes. And I have things that I'll cut out, but so it'll probably be, I don't know, maybe in the high 30s. But I think I could be a little bit more precise if I did them more like more closer to the date that I actually DNF'd the books. I just had a lot this time. I had 18 different books. And some of that was tar. Like, so maybe quarter three I won't have as many, but we'll see. I think this is where we left off. And yeah, I agree, Elena. I do think that Angela had an arc for Mask of Mirrors. That makes sense. And then, oh, Lucina, I'm so sorry that you're having a bad time with this book. I do not think that new characters should be introduced that late in a book. 100%. I agree. Um, and I actually, so I was reading through your guys' comments right before I got on screen, and I was thinking the same thing that there are a couple of mystery novels that I've read where like either the killer will be someone who is completely new to you or you don't have any backstory on. And that is what I was thinking when you were talking about having new characters so late in the game. It sucks. Uh, let's see. And yeah, the fact that like it was what you just found out is something that the author could have given them early on, and the only reason it was withheld was it was really a plot device, right? That is frustrating. That sucks. Beatrice joined us. Hello, Beatrice. Doing your first D&D session. That's really exciting. I hope you love it. And you're going to the supermarket. I hope you're probably already gone, but I hope that you have fun and that you get the things you want. There's not a lot of people there. Thanks, Anne. I didn't know. I was like, should I leave my camera on or should I turn it off? And I was like, well, whatever. It doesn't matter. You guys can watch me if you want to and not if you don't. Booktube catch up and rest sprint. I think I'm caught up on videos, including today's Battle of the Booktubers video. Yay! Oh, that must be a good feeling to be caught up on Booktube. I have so many videos on my want to read list or want to watch list. I did a little bit yesterday. So I don't feel like really, really far behind, but I definitely have some that I want to catch up on. Read another 48 pages, 33 pages left, and you're still annoyed. Only 33 pages to go, but I will say, like, if you want a DNF, go for it, my friend. I support this. Got to page 62 in Emily Wilds. I'm enjoying myself, so I think I'm going to continue the next sprint. Yay! I'm glad that you're liking it. Now, you're reading, remind me, Anne, I think you said Map of the Otherlands, which that's the second book, right? Do you like it better than the first, or do you like the first one better, or you don't know yet? I didn't pick up a Dowry of Blood. I picked up a manga instead. Hey, as long as you're having fun, love to see it. 5 sounds so good. We can hear the details to know if it's if it's avoid or go ahead based on our own taste. Yeah, I think that would be better if I need to start keeping track, and then when I get to 5, I think I might. I think that sounds like a good number to me too. So that might be what I do. Got through several chapters of my audiobook of Project Hail Mary and was able to be a little productive around the house that way. Oh, lovely. That's why I love audiobooks. Allows you to do different things while you're still reading. Definitely sounds like a violation of the classic rules of the mystery. We heard it from the detective, the sleuth Leandra herself. 20 pages left of Emma. Oh my goodness, you're so close. Got to 25% of, oh goodness, Oh, Rage of Dragons. I was like, I had to remind myself, okay, what were you reading? Underestimated how much longer annotating is going to take. I was hoping to get to 50% today, but I might not hit my goal now. Hey, no worries. Also, I was going to tell you, my hold, I didn't actually end up borrowing Fire of Vengeance because I was supposed to borrow it by today, and I was trying to give myself more time because I'm sneaky like that. And they actually took it back. So I still like I'm first in line, but I might have to wait a smidge. So you might have more time. I'll let you know. I'm hoping it still says available soon, and my library's bought more copies. So I'm not like super worried about it, but yeah, I accidentally missed my deadline to borrow it. But yes, take your time. Hello, Lily. Working on book notes today. Also reading The House Across the Lake by Riley Sager. I think that's the one I've read. Yes, that's the only Riley Sager I read. I thought it was okay. I hope you enjoy it. It's fast paced. I will finish at this point. Like you're determined. Like I have to. I agree with Anne as someone who isn't a creator. It's interesting to get a sense of what the full view looks like recording. Well, thanks. Yeah, it's interesting. I definitely would not have felt comfortable doing that when I was a baby booktuber. But now I'm like, "Oh, you guys see me online all the time. Here's a little bit of the back scene." Oh no, not gonna get more than 2 stars. That's sad. It's a disappointment because I thought the first book was great. That stinks. Map of the Otherlands. I do like it better so far, but I tend to view series as a complete story, and they blend together for me. Yeah, I get that. I wish I could just just rate a series. Hey, you can. Just say that, at the end of the series, tell us what your rating is. I think that's okay. Mysteries, okay, accepted, of course. Yeah, because they have like a set ending, or a lot of mysteries have a set ending at the end of each. I get that, especially with like big. Although Emily Wilds isn't chunky, but it does have a lot of world building. So, yeah, I could see that. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hadn't even thought about this book as a mystery since I'm used to just thinking about it as murder mysteries. Okay, but it definitely is, and it's bad at being one. Tell us how you really feel. I really liked the characters too, so I'm sad. That sucks. I'm so sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Rare for me. Rare for me that a series gets better and better, but with Emily Wilds was like that for me too. I think that Emily Wilds, for me, I enjoyed the first book better than the second, and the third book better than all of them. So I think it ended on an absolute blast. I had a blast with all of them. So I won't. I don't have anything negative to say about any of them. I think that the the third story I think is it felt like it was just written for me. I absolutely loved everything that happened in that book. The middle one, I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look to see why I didn't like the middle one as much as I liked the first one. But yeah, they're all great. I love the whole series. Uh, I do want to get to Emily Wilds this year. I hope you do. I hope you love it. You are in a safe space. Exactly. I love it. Great series no matter what. No bad books. Yep. Yeah, I would say if I gave series ratings, which actually that's an interesting concept. I might have to consider like going through some of my favorite series and thinking about like what they would be in total. That would be a 5-star series for me. Like even though I think I gave the middle book a 4.5 star, or maybe it was a 4.75. I think it was a 4.5 though. I would still consider that whole series a 5-star series for me, with like no doubts in my mind. So, whereas there are some other books that I feel like I would be hesitant, even though maybe 1 or 2 of their books were 5 stars. Um, that might be an interesting concept to look at and like go through like my opinion on whether or not a series was better in the beginning or at the end, and then talk about what my overall rating would be for the entire series. Hmm. I liked all 3, but I think book 1 just edges out the other 2 as my favorite. It's funny to see kind of what everyone's preference is, especially on big series like this where there's a ton of people that have read them. I love that series so much. That's a relief. My sister's coming over tomorrow with her kids, and is staying for a few days, so I know I'll have less time to read, but I'm still optimistic I'll finish in time, though. I'll let you know, and honestly, like, if you need to push the buddy read, like, a couple of days to get your reread done, let me know, because like, I'm not in a hurry. I just know as soon as I get it and, accept it, I'll have 21 days. So, that's really my only deadline is the deadline that my library gives me. I do love that Emily Wilds doesn't have a consensus as far as what book is best in the series. It is fun, especially I don't know, I really like that I feel like that series is very accessible. Actually, I think that some of you will find this funny. I do not consider Emily Wilds a romantasy, but Goodreads just put out a 88 favorite romantasy books in the past 3 years. And Emily Wilds, all 3 of them are on the list. And I don't think it's a romantasy. And especially the first one, I would maybe agree that the second one and the third one are a little bit more romance heavy, but the first one you don't really get the romance. I mean, you do, like, but it's very minimal. So, yeah, I don't think that I would consider it a romantasy. And I think it's very funny. You guys should go look at the list if you read romantasies because there are several on the list that the cover does not match the rest of the covers that are listed. And like I was just scrolling through and they stick out like a sore thumb. So I don't think the Emily Wilds ones fit. There's also The Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches. I don't know that I would consider that a romantasy, even though it's a fantasy romance. But and I'm not the expert on romantasy, so do not take this with a grain of salt. Assisted to the Villain is on here though, and I don't think that's a romantasy. Even The Spell Shop, I don't know. The Spell Shop, I'm a little wishy-washy on whether or not I would consider that a romantasy. There was another one in here. What was it? Oh, Keeper of Enchanted Rooms. I don't think that's a romantasy. Some of these I haven't read, but just based on the cover, I would say maybe The Immortal, or I guess it's just Immortal by Sue Lynn Tan. That doesn't look like a romantasy cover to me. But anyway, I got off on a tangent because of Emily Wilds being on that list, but I thought it was funny. Definitely have a 5-star series in my brain, and usually not all books in the series are 5 stars. That is very interesting. I wonder. I have to go look now at all my favorite series and see. Returned book 2 to the library twice as I didn't have time to read it. Oh no, and there was a hold. Someday I'll get there. It'll be there when you're waiting. No worries. Rainy would write. Rainy should do a video. I don't know how many of those videos or I don't know how many of those books that she's read, but she should do a video on those romantasy books and see like what her opinion is on the list that they've created. It is a mess. Nobody at Goodreads knows anything about books. Rainy would be, yep, absolutely. She would be annoyed at it being considered romantasy. Romantasy readers base it on tropes rather than the percentage of romance. When I've heard too, when we've had conversations, because we've had many conversations about romantasy, because I still really don't understand completely what romantasy is. Um, I think that it's a lot of vibes as well. And like the books that I listed, Emily Wilds, The Keeper of Enchanted Rooms, The Irregular Witches, the Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches, all of those are kind of cozy. And I don't know, like, do cozy books put off the same vibes that romance readers want or romantasy readers want? Romantasy really does tend to be cover coded. Yeah, I agree with this 100%. It was once amazing and then they were sold. Yeah, that's feel like that happens to a lot of things that we really love. They'll get sold and then it just ruins it. Kind of like thrillers. I feel like I can spy them from their cover a mile away. You're like, "I'm not reading you." Fantasy with a romance in it is not necessarily a romantasy. It's been done forever in fantasy, even Tolkien. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100% agree. And I don't know, like, I would be interested with the list that they made for romantasies. I'm trying to think of other books that I've read, other fantasy books recently that I've read that were really popular that had a romance in it. I mean, like Mask of Mirrors, which I wouldn't consider that a romantasy, but I'm trying to think about like other books that if Emily Wilde's is considered romantasy on Goodreads mind, then what other things would I put on that list that are really popular in the bookiverse? They're categorizing books wrong. Quick, act surprised. Agree, Leandra. I was really surprised by Rage of Flames that Brittany was reading in her last blog. The cover is so very subtle compared to the expectation of a romantasy cover. It's very interesting. And I wonder if they'll change it now that like people have kind of caught on, if they'll start throwing things out that are a little unexpected. I knew what you meant, Anne. I got you. I always assumed romantasy was supposed to have romance as the main thing. That was kind of my assumption as well, that it was, like, supposed to be the A plot, I guess, and not a subplot. And a lot of the books, like, I would say Emily Wilde's, especially the first book, it's definitely a subplot. But, like, for Keeper of Enchanted Rooms and, what was the other one? Oh, the, Secret Society of Irregular Witches, the romance is forward in the story, but I don't know, the vibes of them just don't I wouldn't have considered those romantasy based on the conversations I've had. Romantasy seems more dependent on vibe scale than actual definition of the genre. I agree. Goodreads likely mostly bases it on sales, not content. Yeah, I I could see that. They have to like push the books that are going to reach more people and make them more money. Think the same thing happened to the Jazad Air. A lot of people were upset at the romantasy marketing and the Goodreads awards categorizing. Yeah, because it was categorized as romantasy, right? I do remember people talking about that. I haven't read that book, but interesting. I find it I would love, which I don't think the time to do this nor probably the mental capacity. I would love to read a whole bunch of like the most beloved romantasy books to just get a vibe for what are people in general, the people who read lots and lots and lots of romantasy in general, what are they looking for in books? I don't know that I could do it. I don't know that I could do it, friends. I don't think I have the mental band to do it because I don't think that they're my type of books. But now I'm scared to read The Secret Society. It's not romantasy. In my opinion, it's not romantasy. I thought it was very, very cute, and sweet. It does have I mean, the romance is definitely a main part of the story, but I thought it was very sweet. Subtle is not in the design brief for romantasy covers. You're into self-torture. I knew someone was gonna say this. I just think it would be an interesting concept for someone like me who doesn't read romantasy to dive into the genre and just see what the vibes are all about. But I do think I would hate it. And so I probably won't ever do it because I really want to read books that I want to read, but I am curious. That's all I'll say is I'm curious. Apparently the romance was more of a side plot for was this which book was this for? Oh, the Jasadier. Okay. Yeah, I haven't read that one. I was always scared. Oh no. Well, isn't that the one? That's the one that you're planning on reading with Leandra, right? Hopefully you guys will both enjoy it. Also noticed if romantasy readers like a book, it's romantasy, and if they don't like it, sometimes they say it's not romantasy. It's quite confusing. I have seen this a couple of times, Tennille, and I do think that that adds to my confusion as far as what it means to be in that genre. And I do think that, like, I have several friends that are hardcore romantasy readers, and sometimes they don't agree what's in that genre and what's not in the genre. So it's a hard thing to classify for sure. Fear the Flames, that was the book Brittany's copy didn't have all the extra scroll work embellishments in the corners, although the posted cover is still quite plain compared to the others. Huh. I'll have to take a look. There are also quite a few romantasy readers who don't read fantasy on its own. That's true, which indicates the romance needs to be a heavier element pushing the plot forward. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. That they wouldn't like if they don't like, I don't want to say traditional fantasy, but fantasy without romance in it, that they are looking for something that's more of a forward plot. I mean, maybe one torture book every 2 months. They're chunky too. They are, and maybe count the ones you've already read to minimize the pain. I know the Games Gods Play is on the list, and I was like, well, I could check that one off the list because I've already read that and I didn't like it. I don't know. It's an interesting concept. I kind of want to try it. I just don't know. I don't know if I can force myself to do it. We're reading it together to support each other as fellow non-romance readers. Well, I do. I hope you guys like it. I like it, and I'm not a romance reader either. So hopefully you'll have the same opinion as me. Can't spell today. I do know the difference between. Oh, no worries. I get it. I'm sure you'd be able to find some you'd enjoy, but would it be worth it? Not enjoying the majority until you find a few gems. So I'm not sure. I'd watch it though. Yeah, I like if I could just find the ones that I absolutely love, I think it'd be great. But how many am I going to have to read to get there? I just don't know. Read The Throne of Glass when it first came out, and romantasy wasn't a category yet, and I didn't know what I was getting into because it was mismarketed, and I'm still mad about it. Now I have read like all of the, not all, but I've read the first 4 books in ACOTAR, and it was fine. So maybe I could count that too. Although it's been years since I've read it. Do romantasy readers read fantasy romance like Cashel's Legacy? I don't know. That's a good question. If anyone in the comments is a romantasy reader, let us know. Didn't Hate Radiance by Grace Draven, and I think that's romantasy. I think that there's definitely a few of them out there that I have enjoyed. They're just very few and far between. I could make it a year-long series and just read one per month and post a video at the end. I could. Yeah, I just have to, and I do think honestly, the romantasy that I've read recently, and I've read them through audio, they are very consumable. So, it might not be a super bad project to do, especially if I spread it out. I don't know. Loved the first book and is it Kashil? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Or make a video where your romantasy loving friends recommend you books. I could do that and just talk to people who know kind of my reading tastes and see if they can find something that I would potentially like. Ooh, did she? I'll have to go check that out. I love Elliot Brooks. And she has similar taste to me. So if she found something that she enjoyed, I might enjoy it as well. Because she loves fantasy, and I don't imagine romantasy readers of today would call it that, but it does have a spicy romance or spicy romance elements. But then a lot of older fantasy had romance elements. Yeah. Okay, friends. Well, this has been an interesting conversation. I always like talking about categorizations of books because it's so interesting, like what people put in different categories. But we are in time for our last sprint. So I am going to do one more hour. So this will be my last sprint. I think for part of this, I'm going to try and make a grocery list just so I have that done for the day. And then I might read a little bit more. So that's probably what I'm going to be doing, I think. Let's see. I think I lost because Shield's on my list to try, but I've heard a lot about it. I feel like I know that name. I think that's been recommended to me in the past, so I'll have to look up the series. I also read plenty of dark romance, romantasy stuff, so not sure I classify it as an average romantasy reader. Okay, good to know. Well, friends, I hope you have plans to get some things done, maybe get some reading done, some relaxation, and I will see you guys in an hour. Hello, friends. Welcome back from our last sprint. Let me know what you guys got up to, what you got done. I have gotten to 94% in strange practice. I have about 30 minutes left on the audio, so I'll finish that after our little chatty bit. So I can check off one book that I want to finish today. Still have Green Fuse Burning that I would like to read. And I made some lunch. Made some spaghetti. Had some spaghetti and some garlic bread. But yeah, that's what I did. I still really enjoy the book, but there's one thing that happened at the end that I really just wish authors wouldn't do. I'm not gonna say anything more than that because I don't want to spoil anything, but that was a little frustrating. I'm thinking, um, it's probably gonna be. I know it's gonna be in the 4 stars. I just don't know where in the 4 stars it's going to be. So I don't know. I'm thinking a 4.25 is where I've got it right now in my head. So unless something changes, that will probably be where I end it. It's a good series. I'm going to continue it. I think that it'll be fun, like a fun little. I'm not going to say that it's a palate cleanser because I don't think that it's that, but it's just kind of a fun series. I think it's kind of a reliable series, at least if it continues the way the book one did. Let's see. I think we left off here. Lydia Foxglove, the cozy creative, had a really good video on what makes a romantasy from a writer's perspective. That would be interesting, Anne. Thank you for the knowledge. Kashiel is mainly political fantasy. It has little to no magic, and the main focus is on the characters. So I wouldn't categorize it as romantasy, but it has romantic themes. I could enjoy it then. Emma is finished, and The Liar's Not paused. 4 nonfiction still on my currently reading list, and I'm sure I can get at least one complete before the end of the month. I believe in you, Jen. You can do it. Lucina, you finished your book as well, but wah, wah, 2 stars. That's unfortunate, but I do not know if you are still here, if you were preparing your lunch, but either way, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And then this comment did come in. Rainy is here. Hello, Rainy. Just blind reacted to the 88 romantasy books. Oh, I can't wait. I think it's going to be so fun. I will say you read over half the list. So you're feeling accomplished. You should. That's amazing. I love that. It does feel good. Like whenever they do the Goodreads Choice Awards or whatever, and I'll see like all the books that I've read. I'm like, I feel very, very accomplished. So that's fun. It'll be a fun video to see what your opinion is. You're still here. The food is over. Food's in the oven. Okay, nice. Finished filming my blind reaction. I was trying to figure out what stats to include at the end of the reaction. Oh, that would be fun. Very fun. Lincoln said, oh, I had spaghetti. Or I like spaghetti. Let's have it. Well, I hope if you do have spaghetti, Lincoln, that you enjoy it. I started some meal prep and read today's section at the Olympian Affair. Wonderful. Can I guess what happened knowing you? Yes, you probably can. You should put it on a Voxer message and I will confirm if you want to know. But you can probably guess. Got to Emily Wild's to page 94, 28%. Lovely. Oop, my comments jumped. Yeah, spaghetti actually is one of my staples. I have it at least once a week. It's so easy to make and it's filling, and yeah, I really enjoy it. No reading done. Newsletter is posted, so admin should be done for the day. Whoop whoop. Productivity is productivity, even though we all want to just read all the time. Sometimes other tasks get in the way. I love this. Runs to email. Got to 37% in Rage of Dragons, getting sucked in now, and I want to keep reading. I'm so glad I'm rereading this first book, and that's holding up so well for me. I love it when you reread a book and you're like, yes, this is why I remember this is the feeling that I had, and I love it still. So I'm glad that you've gotten to enjoy Rage of Dragons again. I might have to lean on you a little bit when we're reading the second one if I've forgotten details. I need to write my newsletter, so off I go. I'm gonna remind you of all the tasks that we still have to do. I hope that it goes well. I hope that it's quick and painless. Well, friends, I think as far as like the rest of the day goes, I am going to check back up my Kindle to see if that $2.99 sale is still there for the Raven Scholar and see if I can still get it on sale or if my Kindle's still having issues with purchasing. And then I have another video. I have a book haul I need to film. I've got groceries, of course, the grocery shopping list that I need to do. So that's probably what my day is going to be filled with. Thank you guys so much for being here. Another productive Sunday. I love it when we can get some things done, but also have a good time together. I'm underlining and tabbing all of the important info. Good to know. I love it. Try buying it from the website if your Kindle doesn't work. I'll have to do that. I have to. So my Kindle is actually under my husband's Amazon account, not my Amazon account. So if I'm going to buy it on the website, I have to have him log in. Long story short, we used to only have like one Amazon account and now we have two, and it's a family account, but I don't think they let you hook up a Kindle to two different Amazon accounts. So anyway, yes, I will try that and see if it works. Purchase it on the web and then load it to Kindle after. Yeah, I don't know why it's being weird. It's never given me that error before. So I don't know. All of you guys have the same idea. I do think I'm going to try it and see if that works better. Oop, my comments jumped. Yeah, thanks for being here. It's fun as always. Hope you have a good rest of the day. You too. Yes, Sunday sprints. Love Sunday sprints. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. Seconding buying on the web automatically shows up on your Kindle. Yeah, I'll definitely try that. Finished Palin's Hope. Thank you for spreads. Yay! Lots of books finished today. Amazing. I love to see it. Yeah, thanks for being here. Well, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, a good rest of your weekend, and I will see you in the Bookiverse somewhere. I'm sure. So remember, we have Battle of the Booktuber not coming up next weekend, but the weekend after that, we have the championship live show is going to be out on August 9th. So make sure you join for that because it's going to be a lot of fun. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good day. Bye.